This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours and holding with just under 20 minutes remaining in our built-in hold this morning. All continues to go well with Endeavour at Launch Pad 39A. The external tank has been fueled with 500,000 gallons of cryogenic propellants, and the final inspection team is finishing up activities at the pad. They're moving down toward the MLP level at this time. Also, the flight crew have finished their meal, and the commander and pilot have just completed their weather briefing, and they will soon join the other crew members and begin donning their flight suits. The weather at Kennedy Space Center looks similar to what we saw yesterday morning. We're looking at similar bands of showers offshore to the southeast of Kennedy Space Center, and these bands are expected to be moving onshore throughout the evening and early morning hours, and we'll be watching them closely. The forecast right now calls for scattered showers, possibly within 20 miles of the SLF, and the clouds are expected to be broken to scattered as well. Again, there is a possibility of showers and broken clouds in the vicinity of Kennedy Space Center at launch time. We will be watching that very closely as we continue to proceed with our countdown operations. Again, at the launcher platform, the final inspection team have arrived on the MLP level. Hydrogen burn stack seen in the background of this shot. The standard, the excess hydrogen as it boils off is piped out to the burn stack and ignited, so that there is no danger of having a accumulation of the very volatile gaseous hydrogen. The final inspection team, again, process, are making their final survey of the pad and the various shuttle components. This will ensure their readiness for flight. They're also making inspections of the external tank and measuring the external temperatures of the vehicle. These temperatures are extremely cold after the loading of the external tank with the super cold propellants, despite the relatively warm temperatures outside. The team spends about 2 hours at the pad going to most levels to check temperatures and also to check for signs of potential debris concerns. Once finished, they'll be reporting their findings back to Launch Director Ralph Rowe, as well as to the mission management team in the firing room. If conditions are right, then ice can sometimes form on near the shuttle during tanking operations when the super cold fuels are being pumped into the external tank. Liquid hydrogen being one of the coldest substances in the world, registering in at 432 degrees below zero. When the fuel along with the liquid oxygen is loaded into the external tank has a tendency to either ice over or to frost over, despite the fact that it's covered with a protective foam to minimize. If hazardous ice does up, then the team are instructed to either dislodge it if possible or to further assess potential of impact to the damage during ascent. At this point, the team has made their initial report back to the firing room, indicating that they've seen nothing out of the ordinary and that so far everything looks quite well. So the firing room, of course, are not engineers in the firing room are not monitoring any concerns at this time. The vehicle itself is in good shape. All components are checking out fine. Again, no issues are being addressed. Over the next few minutes, we'll be expecting to go back crew quarters for suit up. That should be coming up momentarily as the astronauts are gathering in the suit up room to final preparations to depart for the launch pad. And we do have live TV from the suit-up room. Our mission commander, Bob Cabana, is making his 4th trip into space. He was selected to be an astronaut back in 1985 and logged over 600 hours in space as pilot of 2 missions and commander of 1. Piloting the vehicle this mission is first-time flyer Rick Sturckow. He did fly in 41 combat missions during Operation Desert Storm and was a test pilot in the Naval Air Warfare Center in Maryland before being chosen as an astronaut in 1994. Jim Newman will be one of our EVA specialists on this flight. This is his third flight, and he and Jerry Ross will be making 3 spacewalks on this mission. His first mission resulted in a nighttime landing at KSC, and this mission will be a nighttime landing as well on December the 15th. Well, the astronauts wear a various combination of equipment with their suits. Jerry Ross here is preparing for his 6th mission, and he will be the other EVA crew member on this flight along with Jim Newman. Most recently, Jerry flew on mission STS-88, which docked with the Russian Mir space station. Looks like Nancy Currie there. We can't see her face, but she's there she is, putting her helmet on, making fit checks of the helmet, making sure that everything is nice and snug. And our final crew member is Sergei Krikalev. He's our cosmonaut on this mission, making his 2nd trip into space aboard the space shuttle. Well versed in space flight. He spent 15 months in space during 2 separate missions to the Mir space station. Back with Nancy Currie, preparing for her 3rd flight. The crew members are being assisted with their launch and entry suits by suit technicians from Kennedy Space Center and the Johnson Space Center. All these personnel are experts in understanding the details of how these suits work. Following launch and while on orbit, the crew members, of course, change into more conventional and comfortable clothing, but they are required to return to these suits prior to entry and landing. We expect that the astronauts will be finishing up their suiting operations in the next 30 minutes, and we expect to see them walk out the crew quarters just prior to midnight Eastern Time. Back with a live shot of Space Shuttle Endeavour at Launch Pad 39A, and the final inspection team, of course, making their final inspections, looking for any potential debris concerns on the vehicle, just giving a quick once over with various instruments that they carry with them. And then they'll make a report back to the launch director and to the mission management team. Again, the launch team working no problems at this time. The vehicle is in good shape. Our weather is going to be similar to what we saw over the past 24 hours, with some showers offshore that we'll be monitoring closely as we continue to move toward our targeted launch time of 3:36 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, the exact time of launch will be determined about an hour and a half before the actual liftoff, and that will be made public at about the T-minus 9-minute hold, or before if we get word early. With about minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold at T-minus 3 hours in holding, this is Shuttle Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes and counting, with the countdown clock just moments ago out of its scheduled built-in hold at T-minus 3 hours. Everything continues to go on schedule for launch of Space Shuttle Endeavour on mission STS-88 to launch the first Space Shuttle component, or the first Space Shuttle flight dedicated to the assembly of the International Space Station, launching the first U.S.-built component, Unity. The weather forecasters continue to monitor a band of showers offshore. As they progress onshore over the next several hours, they will be looking closely to determine if they will be a problem for our operations. No technical issues are being discussed at this time. The final inspection team are in the process of wrapping up their inspections. Seen here standing under the 3 shuttle main engines as they continue to make final inspections of the vehicle, of all aspects of the external part of the vehicle, following the completion of the loading of cryogenic fuels into the external tank. The Space Shuttle actually has 3 major elements: the orbiter, the twin solid rocket boosters, and the orange external tank. The orbiter and boosters, of course, are reflown with only the external tank being expended at the end of each flight. A fully assembled shuttle stands 184 feet tall and weighs about 4.5 million pounds. And the shuttle can carry about 38,000 pounds of payload to orbit. This particular shuttle mission is scheduled to last about 12 days. Longer duration flights have been flown in the past in preparation for the permanent human habitation of the International Station, which is, of course, the first mission scheduled to launch today. Each shuttle mission is identified by an STS number and retains this number regardless of when it's flown, for the reason for the seemingly out of order flight numbers for the STS numbers. Of course, we have 4 orbiters in our shuttle fleet: Clea, Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour, which will be flying this morning. The Kennedy Space Center is the nation's only liftoff site for human spaceflight, and it was originally built to support the Apollo lunar landing program back in the 1960s. Shuttle launches are conducted from either Pad A or Pad B at Complex 39. Kennedy Space Center sits on about 140,000 acres of land. With the next 10 minutes or so, we expect to have live television of the astronauts and their walking out of their crew quarters as they begin to make their way out to the launch pad. No technical issues are being discussed at this time by the launch team. All aspects of launch this morning are continuing to go without any troubles. T-minus 2 hours, 55 minutes and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. And we see our astronauts on the 3rd level of the operations and checkout building. They've just left their crew quarters and are making their way down the hallway, which will lead them to the elevator, which will carry them down to the entry level of the operations and checkout building. Again, all crew members are reporting in healthy this morning and ready to fly on our second attempt to launch mission STS-88. KSA employees are gathered in the hallways to wish our astronauts, bid them farewell on their 12 mission flight. And we see Mission Commander Bob Cabana with his pilot Rick Sturckow, Mission Specialist Jerry Ross, Nancy Currie, Jim Newman, Sergei Krikalev, all waving and ready to fly. And the crew are entering the astronaut van, which will carry them to launch pad 39A. And we do expect them to be arriving at the pad in about 20 to 25 minutes. Members of the press have gathered outside to watch this departure and take their final pictures. And the astronaut van is now underway, carrying the crew out to the pad. Again, all events in today's launch countdown continue to proceed without serious problems. We're standing by for the crew to be arriving at the pad again in about 20 minutes. The operations checkout building is next to the Kennedy Space Center headquarters building. They'll pass the headquarters building. They'll head north on the Kennedy Parkway, and then make a right-hand turn on the Saturn Causeway, which will take them out of the pad. En route to the pad, they will pass the vehicle assembly building and the launch control center, where managers are gathering still this morning, or late this evening, to continue the final operations to launch Endeavour. Again, no technical issue being discussed by the launch team. It's been relatively quiet here in the launch control center as we're anxious to begin our operations to pick up the final terminal phase of this countdown. As the astronauts are being driven out to the pad, astronaut Charlie Precourt is preparing to start flying a T-38 aircraft. He'll be flying the T-38 as part of weather reconnaissance duties, and then he'll be shifting over to the Shuttle training aircraft, where again he'll be flying weather reconnaissance duties prior to and during our launch this morning. Precourt's role is critical, and while flying the STA, he'll be making judgments concerning visibility requirements for potential emergency landing concerns at the landing facility, as well as assessing any potential local weather. A view from atop the vehicle assembly building. We can see the convoy, security leading the way with the astronaut van following. Convoy of headlights moving north on the Kennedy Parkway. Helicopter escort in the foreground as well. And another view of our astronaut convoy as they are preparing to turn onto the Saturn Causeway road, which will take them out to the pad. This camera view from the top of the vehicle assembly building. The VAB is about 525 feet tall, sits on about 8 acres of ground. It was recently repainted with the NASA emblem on the right, and the American flag was repainted, seen here on the left. And the astronauts are driving by the VAB at this time. They'll stop briefly at the Launch Control Center to let a few of the passengers disembark who will be required up in the mission management team. This view from the Kennedy Space Center press site, looking across the external tank barge turn basin. And we're off again. Next stop, Launch Complex 39, Pad A. As the astronauts are being driven to the launch pad, which is located about a half mile from the coast and about 4 miles from the vehicle assembly building. Over the next few minutes, engineers will be making final checks of the sound suppression water tank. Engineers will be verifying that the tank is topped off to proper levels. The tank holds about 300,000 gallons of water, and on man just a few seconds before liftoff, the tank is completely emptied of water as it flows through the sound suppression system onto the launcher platform and sprays out through a series of giant sprinklers or rainbirds at a rate of about 1 million gallons per minute. At this rate, it takes only 20 seconds to completely empty the 300,000 gallons of water from the tank. The water spray system prevents damage to the oil, which might be caused by the intensity of the sound energy from the main engines and the solid rocket boosters. Meanwhile, as the crew continue to make their way out to the pad, NASA Test Director Doug Lyons has given his approval for the crew to begin entry into the vehicle. And they will begin doing this once they are at the pad. Pad A is the southernmost pad of NASA's 2 shuttle launch facilities. It's identical to Pad 39B, which is located about a mile to the north along the coast. Kennedy Space Center is situated on the north end of Merritt Island, north of Cape Canaveral, Florida. The Space Center is about 34 miles long from north to south. All of KSC's 140,000 acres are part of the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. Pad A has 2 major fixtures on the pad, fixed and rotating structures. The RSS accommodates the vertical loading of payloads into the orbiter's payload bay, and the service structure Fixed service structure is 347 feet tall and is topped by an 80-foot tall fiberglass lightning mast. And the crew are at the pad, at the base of the pad at this time, making preparations to enter the elevator that will take them up to the 195-foot level. And it looks like our astronauts are going to take a little detour. They're going to come out and look up at the Space Shuttle Endeavour as it sits on the pad. They are running a few minutes ahead of schedule. We'll give them some extra time to get comfortable into their seats on the vehicle. And the orbiter test conductor has given approval to the closeout team that they can proceed with crew ingress operations once the crew gets on the 195-foot level. The crew have been at KSC since Monday, November the 30th, when they arrived around midnight. The launch countdown began on schedule at 7 a.m. in KSC's firing room 3 Monday morning. And also on Monday, workers finished final payload closeouts and the payload bay doors were closed for flight. And the crew have arrived on the 195-foot level. And they're making their way across the orbiter access arm to the White Room, where members of the closeout crew are making final preparations for their entry into the vehicle. The closeout crew members, of course, are here to assist the astronauts with connecting emergency oxygen lines that are actually put into the directly into the suits. Astronauts, of course, will enter the vehicle one at a time. Typically, as is the tradition, the commander, Bob Cabana, will enter the vehicle first, and he is shown here in the White Room as the White Room personnel waste no time to getting him ready for entry into the vehicle. Once Cabana is in his seat, he will begin operations to go through a checklist to make sure that the switches are properly configured in the crew compartment. And then he'll be followed by his fellow crew members, each taking their prescribed seats in the orbiter, either on the middeck or on the flight deck. Cabana is a veteran of 3 space flights, and he will command Endeavour on this 12-day mission. One of his primary duties will be to steer Endeavour to rendezvous with Zarya on the 3rd day of the flight. He's a naval aviator and a test pilot, a colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps. Cabana also served as chief of the astronaut office, and he was pilot of mission STS-41 and STS-53, and he was commander of mission STS-65 back in 1994. And we have available to us today again the in-cabin crew camera, which will give us a good view of the astronauts as they climb into their seats on the flight deck or on the mid-deck of Endeavour. And we can see Commander Cabana now climbing into his seat. The glare from the window, of course, not coming from anything other than the bright xenon lights that are shining on the pad to illuminate the vehicle. With Cabana now on the flight deck in his seat, getting situated, Mission Specialist number 3, Jim Newman, will be the next to enter the vehicle, and he will be seated on the mid-deck alongside Sergei Krikalev. Jim Newman will serve as mission specialist and also as the extravehicular activity crew member, or he will be our spacewalker. He was selected as an astronaut back in 1990, considers San Diego, California his hometown. Again, he's making his third space flight. He served as mission specialist on mission STS-51 in September of '93 and STS-69 in '95. He has logged almost 500 hours in space to date, including 7 hours on a single spacewalk.
CC or VCC? Go ahead. MS3 is in at 0515. MS3 0515.
And we have a good picture of Jim Newman climbing into the mid-deck. He'll find his seat and be assisted into his seat by one of the closeout crew members. Coming up next is our pilot, Fred Sturckow, making his first flight. He will be joining Bob Cabana on the flight deck. Again, this is his first flight. He was chosen as an astronaut candidate back in 1994. And he considers Lakeside, California his hometown. He's 35 years old and a captain in the Marine Corps.
OTC, CDR, com check.
CDR OTC, I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Bob.
Hello, Bruce. Let's go do this tonight.
Amen. We're going to do it tonight.
OTC DPS.
Go DPS.
Step 553 is complete. GMT adjust and ready for IMU platform positioning.
No.
CSC copies.
NTD, CDR, com check.
And CDR, NTD, I've got you loud and clear, Bob. Good morning.
Good morning, Doug. I got you the same. Houston, CDR, com check.
CDR Houston, I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Doc. I got you loud and clear also. A little bit like you're in a can, but it's good.
Okay.
And Sturckow is now climbing into the vehicle. Once he's in his seat, he will begin his voice checks with Mission Control in Houston, as well as the launch controllers here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And next to enter the vehicle will be Sergei Krikalev, and he will be taking a seat on the mid-deck next to Jim Newman, who has already entered the vehicle. And we have a photo again from inside the flight deck as pilot Sturckow climbs through the maze of seats and equipment to find his seat. The vehicle, of course, sitting in a vertical configuration. The seats are resting where the astronauts have to actually rest on their backs for the duration of the count. And our closeout crew member, Gene Alexander, who is a JSC NASA suit technician, is assisting pilot Sturckow. Meanwhile, our sole cosmonaut on board this mission, Sergei Krikalev, who is 40 years old and a mission specialist on this flight, selected as a cosmonaut back in 1985. He was born in Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, Russia. This will be his fourth space flight. He flew twice on the Mir space station back in 1988 and 1991, and he has flown once before on the Space Shuttle. In doing so, he was the first cosmonaut to fly on the shuttle, and that was on mission STS-80 in 1994, which was the first shuttle rendezvous with the Mir space station. He is also a member of the first crew set for launch to the International Space Station. To date, he has logged more than 15 months in space, including 7 spacewalks. With 3 spacewalks scheduled for this flight, he will not be participating in those scheduled spacewalks on this mission.
GLS OTC.
Let's go.
Yeah, just ask you about SAP 92.
Not even close yet.
Okay. QFC OTC.
QFC go.
Can you give me 535?
Correct, 533 through 535 complete.
Copy that. ASP OTC.
OTC is asked, go ahead.
Yes, perform a post-ingress switch reconfig and switch guard removal for your checklist.
Okay, I copy and I'll let you know when that's completed.
Copy that.
OTC CGLS 1212.
Go ahead.
Sir, completed implementation of SAP 92, that's steps 492 through 499, all steps performed.
Okay, copy that. GLS, you can pick up your initialization by the clock. 555.
I copy. We'll need to come back to you because we'll need to pick up the CMTC at that time and read step
Okay.
556.
Just let me know.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
MS4 in at 0531.
Copy that.
And Sergei Krikalev is now entering the vehicle. He'll be making his way to his seat on the mid deck.
OTC, PLT, count check.
PLT, OTC, you're loud and clear. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning, Bruce.
And Krikalev now in his position, in his seat on the mid deck. Meanwhile, everything on the rest of the vehicle is going well. First motion checks are being started from mission control. And IMU pre-flight alignments are beginning at this time as well.
NTD, PLT, count check.
And PLT to NTD, I'll get you loud and clear, Rick. Good morning.
Loud and clear also, Doug. Good morning.
The launch team are working no problems this morning as we continue to watch the astronauts get into the vehicle. 5 astronauts are in, or 4 astronauts are in, 2 are remaining. The next one to enter is Jerry Ross. Jerry is a frequent flyer on this space shuttle. This will be his 6th mission.
Verify IMU compass the line in progress.
And he is a EVA crew member. He was selected as an astronaut back in 1980.
Line in progress.
And was born in Crown Point, Indiana.
554. Okay, copy that.
Ross flew as a mission specialist on mission STS-88 13 years ago in 1985. That was his first flight. He flew again 3 years later on STS-27 in 1988. Again in 91, 93, and in 95. To date, he's logged over 850 hours in space, including 23 hours on 4 spacewalks.
The English switch was complete and we're ready for ICOM adjust.
He will almost double his number of spacewalks on this mission. He will perform 3 more spacewalks by the conclusion of this flight, bringing his total number of spacewalks to 7 upon landing.
Nice LOTC. Are you ready on 5 for 543? Yes, sir. Okay, ask OTC, have a go.
Okay, copy. A go for ICOM adjust with master alarm.
That's affirmative.
Okay, OTC ask ICOM volume adjust is completed.
Copy that.
And OTC, that's 544 through 547, affirm?
Affirm.
OTC, CGLS on 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We're going to go ahead and start the GLS initialization, so we'll need a CMQC on channel 162.
Be that QC?
Copy.
555.
So on step 556, dual interrupt notification will be activated momentarily and may cause re-enunciation of error messages at system consoles for interrupt monitor parameters currently out of GLS limits. That's step 556, and we are complete on 557.
We copy.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead.
MS1 in at 0535.
I copy.
At OTC GNC,
So,
we can verify 554.
okay, copy.
And Jerry Ross is now in the vehicle. He will be seated behind pilot Rick Sturckow. And his voice checks will be beginning momentarily.
PC, CLSC 212.
Go ahead.
The 548 through 551 complete.
Copy that. CGSS OTC.
CGSS.
I give you step to 563 by the clock. I copy.
And the last of our 6 astronauts, Nancy Currie, is making preparations to enter the vehicle at this time. Nancy is a major in the U.S. Army, and she'll be a mission specialist on this flight. She was selected as an astronaut in 1990 and considers Troy, Ohio, her hometown.
212. Go ahead. Step 572, that'll be not performed. Copy.
Currie first flew on STS-87 in June of '93. That was a mission that retrieved the Eureka satellite.
Need to load the new tapes for the range safety, and I'll need a T-by on that. Roger, in work. Tech 0955. 0955.
And she next flew on mission STS-70 in July of '95. That was a mission that deployed a NASA communications satellite.
Go.
We can clear line item 272.
272. Go. That's complete. Copy. 573 complete.
OTC, MS3, com check.
MS3 is OTC. You're loud and clear. Good morning, Jim.
Go on, Bruce. NTD, MS3, com check.
And MS3 is NTD. I've got you loud and clear. Jim, good morning.
Go on, Doug, thanks. Houston, MS3, com check.
MS3, this is Houston. I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Doc. Surf's up.
And we're at T-minus 2 hours and counting. Astronauts are boarding the Space Shuttle Endeavour at this time. All astronauts are on board with the exception of Nancy Currie, and she is just moments away from climbing in the vehicle.
5 are complete. 564 and 65. Copy that.
All is continuing to proceed smoothly here in the launch firing room. External tank propellant checks have been made and are reported at proper levels. The supercooled fuels are constantly being replenished due to normal warm-up and boil-off, and stable replenish remains in effect until about 40 minutes prior to launch.
Same QC 5 complete.
Again, we're currently at T-minus 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting, and NASA's 2 solid rocket booster recovery ships are reporting on station. They've been at sea for the past couple of days, about 140 miles offshore in the Atlantic Ocean. The Freedom Star and Liberty Star ships are performing an electrical search of the impact area to ensure that the area is clear of all non-authorized vessels, and a similar check is being conducted by the Coast Guard. Also, checks are conducted by the Air Force as well as the Federal Aviation Authority, who are checking the airspace to make sure that our airways are clear of any stray aircraft that may be wandering into the controlled airspace around Kennedy Space Center.
OTC, MS4, com check.
MS4 is OTC. You're loud and clear. Good morning, Sergei.
Loud and clear. Доброе утро.
OTC GNC.
Stand by one. Go ahead, GNC.
Yeah, we can verify 577.
NTD MS4, come check.
NMS4 is NTD. I've got you loud and clear. Good morning, Sergei.
Loud and clear. Good morning, Doc. Houston, MS4, come check.
MS4, this is Houston. I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Sergei.
Good morning, Scott. Loud and clear.
At this point in time, the ground launch sequencer computer program has been started in the integration console here at the firing room. Engineers will begin to set up the specific tables in the launch processing system that the ground launch sequencer will use as its guideline for allowing the launch countdown to continue. Also at this point, the external doors on the vehicle assembly building are being verified that they are closed and secured for launch. And all personnel except those few who are still needed at the pad have been sent back to the fallback areas as launch operations for Endeavour's flight continues. In the White Room, all personnel are in the vehicle except for Nancy Currie. Beginning with the precisely timed launch this morning, followed by a series of rendezvous maneuvers performed by Cabana and Sturckow, Endeavour will close in on the orbiting Zarya control module. And on flight day 3, Nancy Currie will use the shuttle's robotic arm to lift Unity from its berth in the payload bay and securely attach it atop the orbiter docking system in the bay's forward section. Nancy Currie has trained for many months with operations of the remote maneuvering system, or what we call the robot arm, and she is well versed and an expert in operating this system. She will also operate the arm as the 3 EVAs are being conducted, with one of the EVA crew members situated on top of the arm as the EVAs are conducted for the installation and the connection of umbilicals from the Unity to Zarya.
OTC, MS1, com check. MS1, this is OTC. You're loud and clear. Good morning, Jerry.
Morning, Bruce. Loud and clear also.
OTC, ODCC. Go. MS2 and it's 0548. Copy that.
NTD, MS1, com check.
And MS1, this NTD, I've got you loud and clear, Jerry. Good morning.
Morning, Doug. Loud and clear.
And Nancy Currie is now in the orbiter Endeavour.
MS1, this is Houston. I read you loud and clear. Good morning, Jerry.
Morning, Doc. Loud and clear.
And all astronauts are now secured in their seats. Nancy, of course, being the last one to enter. It'll take a few minutes for her to get completely secured in her seat, and they'll have to put her helmet on her. And then once that's complete and her voice checks are verified adequate, then the closeout crew members will depart the orbiter, close the hatch, and perform crew cabin pressure checks. Now once that's complete, they will leave the pad, and we will be that much further to launching. Our launch window opens at 3:31 and extends for 10 minutes. However, instead of launching at the opening of this period, mission managers have decided to target the most optimum launch time. That time will occur at about 3:36 a.m. This provides the greatest margins for vehicle performance. Again, the exact time of launch will be determined during the T-minus 9-minute hold. Weather forecasters are continuing to monitor the progression of any showers that are offshore. So far, the showers seem to have dissipated to some degree, but we will continue to monitor any situation that arises over the next couple of hours as we move toward our preferred launch time. At T-minus 1 hour, 50 minutes and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
TGNC OTC.
Go ahead.
91.
pick that up by the clock.
Okay. CTOTC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, your fuel cell perk, you want to wait till 140.
Yeah, we can do we'll pick up the clock. It's going to give me a CMQC on 153, please.
Okay. CMQC, OTC.
I copy 153.
And PD, this is Prop 212, turn it. RTC, this is SME on 212.
Go ahead.
Okay, sir. GLS brought something up to our attention here. They did their program that goes through and checks the status of control logic. And we found control logic inhibited for a measurement that she active at this point.
CLS, OTC.
Yeah, let's go.
Did you copy SME?
Sir, we had this conversation.
And
Okay.
what we'd like to do is take an IPR. We're going to activate control logic notification for our measurement here.
Okay, I'm going to bring you over to 232.
We'll head it over.
OTC, MS2, com check.
MS2 is OTC, you're loud and clear. Good morning, Nancy.
Yes, have loud and clear also. NTD, MS2, com check.
MS2 is NTD, I've got you loud and clear. Good morning, Nancy.
All right, I got loud and clear also. Houston, MS2, com check.
MS2, this is Houston. I have you loud and clear. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning, Doc. Have loud and clear also.
All systems on 212, verify you're ready for crew module closeout, report by exception. ASP OTC.
OTC, this ask, go ahead.
Yes, close out the crew module for flight for your checklist.
Okay, I copy that.
TCCMQC?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Your constraints list?
So,
Line item 261 is closed.
copy.
OTC, this is ASP. Ready for astral comm checks and air ground checks.
Okay, copy that. And would you verify the ascent camera configuration also?
That's certified. The ascent camera set is completed.
Okay. CDR, OTC.
OTC, CDR, go ahead.
Yes, verify each member of the flight crew is ready to proceed with the astrocom checks.
We're ready.
Okay, and all systems in conversation OAS 212 during astrocom checks will be heard by the crew. Channel should remain silent except for emergency calls. And for the flight crew during their astrocom checks, adjust your appropriate volumes. For comfort, do not change the audio panel switch configuration.
Endeavour, roger.
Okay, and we'll start on air to ground 1, Endeavour OTC. Air to ground 1, how do you read?
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
MS3, loud and clear. MS4, loud and clear.
Okay. You read you all loud and clear, switching air to ground 2. Endeavour OTC on air to ground 2, com check, how do you read? CDR, OTC.
OTC, CDR, go ahead.
Yes, verify each member of the flight crew is ready to proceed with the astrocom checks.
We're ready.
Okay, and all systems in conversation OAS 212 during astrocom checks heard by the crew. Channel should remain silent except for emergency calls. And for the flight crew during their astrocom checks, adjust your appropriate volumes. For comfort, do not change the audio panel switch configuration.
Endeavour, roger.
Okay, and we'll start on air to ground 1, Endeavour OTC. Air to ground 1, how do you read?
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
MS3, loud and clear. MS4, loud and clear.
Okay. You read you all loud and clear, switching air to ground 2. Endeavour OTC on air to ground 2, com check, how do you read?
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
MS3, loud and clear. MS4, loud and clear.
Roger, read you all loud and clear, switching ICOM A.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
MS3, loud and clear.
MS4, loud and clear.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
MS3, loud and clear.
MS4, loud and clear. Endeavour OTC on UHF, how do you read?
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
MS3, loud and clear.
MS4, loud and clear. Roger, read you all loud and clear. I'm going back to air to ground 1. And CDR OTC.
OTC, CDR, got you loud and clear.
Okay, our after comm checks are complete, and stand by for air to ground voice checks, and additionally, excellent job on the crew ingress.
Thanks, Bruce.
Endeavour Houston, for the CDR and the PLT, please configure for air-to-ground 1 comm check.
Endeavour, that's in work. Houston, Endeavour, we're configured.
Endeavour Houston, for the CDR and the PLT only, this is a comm check on air-to-ground 1.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
Endeavour Houston, I have you loud and clear also. Please configure for air-to-ground 2.
Endeavour, roger. Houston, Endeavour, we're configured.
Endeavour Houston, for the CDR and PLT only, this is a comm check on air-to-ground 2.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
Endeavour Houston, I have you loud and clear also. Please configure for air-to-air.
Endeavour, roger. Houston, Endeavour, we're configured.
Endeavour, this is Houston, for the CDR and PLT only, a comm check on air-to-air.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
Endeavour Houston, I have you loud and clear also. Configure for the SIMO voice check.
Endeavour, roger. Houston, Endeavour, we're configured for SIMO voice check.
Endeavour Houston, for the entire crew, how do you hear?
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
MS3, loud and clear.
MS4, loud and clear.
Endeavour Houston, I read you all loud and clear. This completes the air-to-ground voice checks. Excellent job.
TLS OTC. TLS OTC.
TLS go.
Good call.
Sir, just wanted to give you TLS initialization complete. That's step 694.
Copy, thank you.
OTC asked?
So TC, go.
Yes, all non-flight items have been removed from the cockpit, and I'm ready to go off comm and exit the crew module. And on my way out, I'll pull the fuel cell performance monitor circuit breaker on Elmo 86 Bravo.
Okay, you have a go for that to egress the crew module and VCC OTC.
VCC.
Yeah, verify we're ready for hatch closure.
Copy, we'll put that in work.
CTBD OTC.
It's CTBD.
Yeah, up on step 679, your vent doors, are we good as is?
Say again, please.
On your vent door, step 679, are we good as is? You got your lead word?
Yes, we are.
Okay. You see 679, 681 through 8 not performed.
Same QC copy.
OTC CCT.
The FCP?
Okay, fuel cell purge is complete. Step 593.
Okay, thank you. And OVCC OTC?
OVCC.
Okay, when you get everybody out, you've got to go to close and latch the hatch for flight. Prop support setup 20.
OVCC copy. In work.
CHG OTC.
Go ahead.
We're sending a red crew out to do a retrieval, and your ASGAS system is up and operational, correct?
As verified. OTC ETL.
Go ACL.
CMQC on 143.
MQC 143, please.
Copy.
DPD OTC.
DPD, go ahead.
Yeah, just verify all your PICs and SNA devices are not armed.
Verified.
Copy. OBCC OTC. OBCC OTC.
OTC, OBCC 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, the hatch is closed and latched for flight.
Okay, I copy that. ECL and CMQC, a copy?
CMQC copy.
ACL copies.
And CMQC 687 yours.
And I can verify that.
ACL, OTC, you ready for your cabin leak check?
That's affirmative.
CDR, OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Yes, sir. Stand by to perform a cabin leak check. A master alarm and a light will come on as a function of the high cabin pressure, and you should notify ECL of that. Also, a cabin klaxon and master alarm will sound due to the high cabin decay rate. Reset all master alarms. Panel L2A1.
CDR ready?
Cabin vent ISO switch open until vent ISO talkback open and vent talkback close.
In work? OTC CR, cabin vent ISO is open, talkback's open, and the vent is closed.
With that, ECL.
ECL can verify 690 and put 691 into work.
You've got to go on 691.
OTC, ECL. Go ahead. Yeah, we need a cabin pressure reading from CDR on panel 01.
CDR. OTC CDR showing approximately 15.0.
ECL copies. OTC, GNC. Go ahead. Yeah, are they going to do a launch plan only update?
Probably. Stand by. Affirmative. They're going to do that right now, GNC.
Okay, they can do it at this point in time.
Okay, you're okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Step 664, because last time we didn't coordinate that.
Okay. OTC CDR resetting master alarm. I copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 17 minutes and counting. And all continues to go well technically with operations to prepare for the launch of Endeavour on mission STS-88. At the shuttle landing facility, which is located about 5 miles west of the pad, the convoy which would support the shuttle, should it have to make an emergency return to KSC, is on site and ready to support. Operations at the pad are continuing on time with no issues being addressed at this time that would prohibit an on-time launch at about 3:36 a.m. The booster test conductor has verified that the chamber pressures and the solid rocket motors are at the appropriate levels, and also air-to-ground voice checks are in the process of being completed between the crew and mission managers in the firing room. And crew cabin closeouts are being conducted and should be wrapped up shortly, as pressure checks of the crew compartment are now being conducted. Mission managers are continuing to monitor any weather situations that may arise. There is a pattern of convergence about 90 miles to the southeast of Kennedy Space Center that may result in showers forming over the water, which could move over the coastline. There's also some remaining concern for the possibility of showers forming near the pad over the next few hours, and weather forecasters as well as mission managers will be watching that situation. So far everything is currently green and for all aspects of our launch weather concern, but we will monitor closely the weather patterns over the next several hours as we move closer to our launch window. Over the next few minutes, the pre-flight calibrations of the inertial measurement units will be complete. These calibrations started back at the T-5 hour mark. All continues to go on schedule with our countdown this morning. There are no issues of major concern being worked at this point that would preclude liftoff of NASA's 5th Space Shuttle mission of the year. Again, the closeout crew leader is finalizing operations to close Endeavour's hatch and to perform the leak checks of the crew compartment. Once the hatch is sealed for flight, the astronauts will be directed to confirm the leak checks and verify that the seal is tight. In the next few minutes, the Eastern Range safety hold fire checks will begin. This is a test designed to verify the ability of the range safety officer to stop a countdown during the final seconds prior to launch if an emergency should arise. Also, the last Gymsphere balloon will be released. Gymspheres are small helium-filled weather balloons which are released at various times during the countdown to check the direction and speed of upper wind levels. So far, at this point in the count, everything continues to track on schedule. Launch remains set to occur at about 3:36. The exact time of launch will be determined within the next hour or so. All systems are beginning their final checks and will be monitored constantly throughout the remainder of the terminal count. At T-1 hour, 13 minutes and counting, this is shuttle launch control.
OTC COC 212. Go ahead. The CDR's speed brake throttle controller was bumped a little bit. I wonder if we can have him take his STTC full forward. Okay, CDR OTC.
That's complete, OTC.
Thank you. 3 copies, thanks.
OT, CGNC.
Go ahead.
IMU gyro compass alignment complete. IMUs are in alignment maintenance mode. Step 693.
693.
TCCMTC.
Go.
Just want to verify you have the new constraints list.
Negative.
We have 3 open Cat 2s.
The 276, 277, and what else?
7, 8.
That's an IPR.
IPR 88 Victor 0176. MPS. And the constraint was levied at sequence 16, step 1064.
Copy, thank you.
OTC, ECL.
Oh.
Yeah, we're getting ready to put the flight cap on the hatch. May get a master alarm.
Okay, copy that. CDRE copy.
CDR copies.
And ISL, you copy?
ISL copy.
OTC CDR reset klaxon.
Copy that. ECL and ISL copy?
ISL copy.
ECL copy. OTC, OBCC.
I'd like to verify the red crew operation is cleared off the pad.
Affirmative. They've cleared off the pad.
Thank you.
OTC, OBCC. Go ahead.
Sequence 8272. The IE hatch closing and latching is complete, and we're looking for a go on 8273.
Okay, not a SU-7 step. What's your SU-7 step?
Okay, the step is to perform the OAA white room closeout.
Okay, for op support setup 20. Okay, that's step 803. You've got to go.
Thank you.
OTC, ECL. Go ECL. Yeah, give you 774. Initial cabin leak check complete. Ready for cabin vent redundancy. Okay, excellent. CDR, OTC.
Go ahead, OTC CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform cabin vent redundancy configuration.
Roger, that's in work. OTC CDR, cabin vent ISOL is closed, talkback closed, cabin vent is open, talkback open.
Copy on ECL. ECL copies. Put 778 north. Okay.
ATME OTC.
OTC, excuse me.
Yeah, 722, please. Or FF on 128. CGLS OTC.
OTC, OBCC.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Our flight room is all closed out, and everything is scored down to 195. Your concurrence, we're going to go on down the stack.
Okay, stand by just a minute. Okay, OVCC, you have a go.
Thank you, sir. OTC, EC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for 787, cabin final link checks complete. For 788, DPD 0.001. And I give you 789 ready for cabin vent. And we'll be venting into orbiter payload base.
Okay, copy that. And CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Okay, stand by just one. I'm sorry, I'll get right back to you.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 50 minutes and counting. Everything continues to go well and as planned with this morning's countdown for the launch of Endeavour on Space Shuttle mission STS-88, the first shuttle mission to begin the assembly of the International Space Station. At this time, all 6 crew members have been boarded onto the shuttle and are in their assigned seats. Communications checks are complete and standard cabin pressure flight checks are indicating nothing out of the ordinary. The closeout team has departed the pad and will be actually driving away from the pad surface in the next few minutes. Also, cabin vent checks are in work, and the pre-flight alignment of the inertial measurement units are underway. Today's launch represents the 13th flight of the Shuttle Endeavour and the 93rd shuttle flight overall in NASA's shuttle program. Endeavour will be placed into a 173-mile-high orbit at an inclination of 51 degrees to the equator. Endeavour's mission is scheduled to last 12 days, ending with a landing back here at Kennedy Space Center on December the 15th, just prior to midnight. Weather forecasters are continuing to monitor the local weather situation here. There are some indications of some light fog at the shuttle landing facility. The STA pilot, Charlie Precourt, will monitor that. Also, there is a possibility of showers forming in the local area, and we will be monitoring that over the next
Cabin vent isolation valve.
couple of hours as we approach our preferred launch time. The launch time has been updated. Flight directors in Houston have indicated that the preferred launch time is now at 3:35 and 34 seconds Eastern Time.
OTC, CDR, cabin vent ISO is open, talk back open, and we reset the klaxon.
Okay, I copy that. And ECL, you have 795.
ECL, acknowledge 795.
Okay, and QC 96.
Again, all aspects of launch are continuing on schedule this morning. No significant problems are being worked by the launch team or the mission management team, and we are on schedule for launch at our preferred launch time, which was just recently announced as being 3:35 and 34 seconds. At T-minus 48 minutes and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
CTLS OTC.
Let's go.
I'm going to give you GLS mainline activation by the clock, please.
Okay, I copy. By the clock.
And CDPS OTC.
Go ahead.
I'm going to give you 779, your DPS launch countdown sequence activation by the clock at 45.
Copy.
OTC CDR resetting master alarm for cabin atmosphere and the lights out on the F7 panel.
Okay, copy that. And ECL and ISO.
ECL copies. OTC DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
Step 784 complete.
Copy. TCC, GLS 1212.
Go ahead, GLS.
Yes, GLS mainline activation is complete. That's step 767 through 773 with a not perform on 770.
Copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 40 minutes and counting. Just a few minutes ago, NASA Test Director Doug Lyons was informed that the Eastern Range had completed its command tests and a shuttle range safety system closed-loop test was performed. Also, Commander Bob Cabana is preparing for a scheduled cabin vent test. This was started some moments ago, awaiting verification that that has been completed. Also, activation of the S-band communication systems to the high power mode is being completed at this time, with all systems still reporting no problems. The ground launch sequencer mainline computer program has been active and is now processing pertinent data. This program monitors all key commands and systems prior to assuring control of the countdown at the T-minus 9-minute mark. Just a few moments ago, Cape Canaveral Weather Office informed NASA Launch Director Ralph Rowe of their forecast for our launch attempt today, and conditions are generally good. There is still the possibility of showers forming locally, but that is relatively unlikely.
Go ahead, ECL. Yeah, step 846.
At this time, all weather constraints are green.
836.
Here in Launch Control Center Firing Room 3, the launch team continues to perform a series of well planned out and charted out procedures, each of which is necessary for a successful launch. Again, our preferred launch time that was just announced is at 3:35 and 34 seconds a.m. The actual window opens at 3:33:07 and extends to 3:40 and 34 seconds. The preferred launch time again is at 3:35 and 34 seconds with a LOX drainback time of 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
And for 848, ECL has 14 points.
Everything remains on schedule at Kennedy Space Center as we continue the countdown toward Endeavour's liftoff, coming up in about an hour and a half.
Copy CDR.
At T-minus 37 minutes and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
Summary, 1 display, and report to cabin pressure.
CDR, Wilco. OTC CDR showing 14.7 on BFS System 1.
Copy. And CDR on CRT3, establish TNC, BFS memory display.
CDR, Wilco. OTC CDR, that's complete.
Copy. ECL OTC.
ECL.
You ready for step 851?
That's firm.
Copy. CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Ready to close. Cabin vent valve.
CDR, roger. Cabin vent valves are coming closed. OTC, CDR cabin vent ISO is closed, talkback closed, cabin vent valve is closed, talkback closed.
Copy ECL.
ECL can verify 853.
CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Yes, sir. Perform pass BFS transfer prep.
CDR in work. OTC CDR pass BFS transfer prep is complete.
I copy that. 808.
OTC PBD.
Go ahead.
We have step 859.
859. Okay, you want that now?
Yes, we'd like to do that now.
Okay, you've got it. CDR, OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Perform ohms at GN2 press.
Roger and Mark.
TLT, OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Perform water spray boiler, GN2 supply activation.
It's in work. OTC, CDR, both ohms engines are in arm press.
Copy that. OS. TSS, OTC.
OTC, MS.
Go ahead, TLT.
OTC, MS3.
Go ahead, MS3.
MS3 and 4 to blow up their suits.
Copy that.
OTC, PLT, water spray boiler, GN2 supply activation complete.
I copy that. TSS, OTC.
OTC, SS.
Okay, if you copy 815 and 816, your ohms GN2 press is complete.
Yeah, we copy that, and we'll give you 816.
Okay. COFC, OTC, and LPS, OTC.
COFC on 212. LS 212.
No, that's LP.
QC.
LPS. Okay, step 21 on your printer plotters.
I copy.
Both three copies.
OTC, CHCD.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, we'll be not performing 796 and 797. The O2 is at 300 and decreasing.
Okay. PDC?
PPD, go ahead.
Yeah, check pre-flight site 830.
In work.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 28 minutes and counting.
I give you step 860 and 861.
And at this time, the post-launch inspections and safing teams are being assembled at the A11 roadblock, which is located southeast of the Vehicle Assembly Building. Also, at this time in the count, the orbital maneuvering system gaseous nitrogen tanks are being pressurized. And the pre-flight checks of the orbiter's master events controller is being completed. This is a software package that relays commands from the orbiter's computers to fire explosive charges that are connected to the solid rocket booster hold-down posts at launch time. Also, it controls the separations of the solid rocket boosters from the external tank during ascent. Engineers have discussed a scenario of events in the event that we see another master alarm in the crew cabin at a similar time that we saw one yesterday. And of course a workaround has been developed, and if that alarm does occur, then the pilot will inform the engineers in the firing room that he has heard the alarm. Engineers will identify the specific alarm, and if it is identified as being part of the hydraulic system, of course, it will be an expected alarm and the countdown will proceed. Situated in Endeavour's payload bay is the Unity connecting module. This is the first component of the International Space Station to be launched aboard the Space Shuttle. Once in orbit, Unity will be mated with the Zarya control module, which was launched last month from Kazakhstan.
Endeavour Houston, for the entire crew, a comm check.
Houston Endeavour, CDR, loud and clear.
PLT, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
MS3, loud and clear. MS4, loud and clear.
Endeavour, this is Houston. I hear you all loud and clear. The new KSC altimeter will be 30.14. I have updates when you're ready.
Copy, 30.14, stand by. And we're ready for updates, Doc, whenever you want to start with no-comm mode boundaries.
Okay, I'll start with the no-comm mode boundaries. Press to ATO, 10.3. Press to MECO, 13.9. Single engine press. 104 is 17.4, and negative Ben is 18.0. How copy?
Okay, Houston, we copy. Press to ATO, 10.3. Press to MECO, 13.9. Single engine press, 17.4. And negative Ben, 18.0.
That's a good copy. On the block for the check of engines and Mach numbers, I have an update there.
Stand by. Okay, go ahead with changes to Mach number on throttling.
Okay, the throttle bucket update is at 0.907 Mach. You'll have PC 72%. And at 1.21 Mach, PC will be 104%.
Okay, we copy 0.907 Mach for 72% and 1.21 Mach for 104%.
That's a good copy, and flip the page and I have the planar window updates.
Okay, go ahead with planar window.
Under planar window number 1, your nominal ohms 2HT is 102.8. Your no-comm ohms 2HP is 9 or 7.
Okay, we copy under planar 1, ohms 2HT 102.8, and no-comm ohms 2HP 9 or 7.
Good copy, and window 2 is NA.
Copy NA.
And then in the back of your book, I have the max rates for your first stage back in the back of the book. It's page 86.
Stand by. Doc, we're ready to copy max rates.
Okay, max rates first stage. Roll is 1 degree per second at 40 seconds. Pitch is 1 degree per second at 70 seconds. And yaw will be less than 1 degree per second.
Okay, we copy roll 1 degree per second at 40 seconds. Pitch 1 degree per second at 70 seconds. And yaw yet less than 1 degree per second.
Good copy, and trajectory lofting second stage is NA.
Copy NA on the lofting.
And that's all your right-ins. Just give you a heads up, the weather at the Cape is progressing nicely tonight, so it's looking a little better. And your towsite maroon is looking good also.
Sounds good, Scotty. Hope it continues.
We'll do our best.
This is Shuttle Launch Control, and we are at T-minus 21 minutes and counting. Again, the closeout crew has been cleared from the launch pad, and they have actually departed the pad at this time. Commander Bob Cabana has performed voice checks and updated the altimeter settings in the cockpit. And everything continues to run on schedule this morning for launch of Space Shuttle Endeavour. The next milestone in the count will be the standard built-in hold coming up at the T-minus 20 minute mark. This hold is scheduled to last for 10 minutes. The 6 astronauts who will fly aboard Endeavour are in their seats and preparing for the final phase of the countdown at this time. And the astronauts are reporting to the launch team that all is well and they are ready to fly. Again, this hold coming up in about 12 seconds is a 10-minute scheduled built-in hold. And we are at T-minus 20 minutes and holding.
20 minutes and holding. Duration of hold will be 10 minutes.
During this period, NASA Test Director Doug Lyons will ask members of the test team to verify that the correct computer software has been loaded into the computers for the remainder of the count. Also, during this hold, we will verify that the pre-flight inertial measurement unit alignments have been completed. The Landing and Recovery Director will soon ask if the shuttle landing site is ready and configured for launch, and also a readiness check of the transatlantic contingency sites will be made. A final check to see if the booster recovery ships are ready and on station in the Atlantic Ocean will be made as well. Also at this time, the Director of Payload Management and Operations at Kennedy Space Center is polling the principal payload managers, and they are all reporting in that they are ready to support launch. Again, everything is progressing smoothly at this point in the count. At T-minus 20 minutes and holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
GRPS. Step 870, please.
OTC TGLS on 212.
Go.
Not perform on 894.
Go. GRPS can verify step 870. FCO NTD on 212 for comm check.
FCO, read that clear, how many?
I've got you loud and clear as well, thank you. And CHGD, CGSS, and JBFX NTD on 212, verify active on channel 212 and monitor channel 232 for remainder of count. CHGD.
CHGD verified.
CGSS.
CSS verified.
And JBFX.
JBFX verified.
Okay, I copy all loud and clear.
OTC, Shuttle.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can we get purge circuit number 1 drop down 2 degrees, please?
DVD OTC.
DVD copies.
Attention all stations, this is the NTD performing the T-minus 20-minute briefing. The finalized T0 and window close times have been determined. The T0 today will be 8:35:34 GMT, and the window close will be 8:40:34 GMT. A second launch attempt is not possible if a recycle occurs, and there are no coal avoidance timeframes within the launch window today. If launch cannot be accomplished within the launch window, or if the following time is exceeded, cutoff will be called. Our lock strain back hold time is 3:52 and is based on engine performance. TLT at T-minus 5 minutes, perform APE start upon command of OTC only.
PLT, roger.
And CDR, the pad egress system is nominal, and the evacuation helipad is 2.
CDR, roger. Helipad 2.
And that's a good readback. And control room launch team, disable telephone ringers at this time. Control room access will be restricted after resuming the count at T-minus 20 minutes until after launch or flight crew egress. All personnel not active in terminal count will monitor OIS channel 217. After T-minus 20 minutes, all problems or trends that require a countdown clock hold will be reported to the NTD on 212 together with a recommendation. After T-minus 5 minutes, any hold, manual, or GLS should be accompanied by a description of the problem and a recommendation. The countdown clock will continue until T-minus 31 seconds unless a recommendation to hold at the next milestone is necessary. At T-minus 9 minutes when a go is given, it indicates that the reporting element is free of problems which could prevent a successful launch. If the hold command is requested and issued between T-minus 9 minutes and T-minus 31 seconds, the countdown clock will be restarted upon successful resolution of the problem without a go survey made of all elements. After T-minus 31 seconds, only cutoff is available and will result in a recycle to T-minus 20 minutes. For a cutoff, pro words, GLS give cutoff will be used. And the GLS milestones are as listed in substep 11. And SPE, we're ready for your comments to the crew at this time.
Okay, NTD, this is SPE. See, the comments that we have for the crew are after T-minus 9 minutes, if they were to get any master alarms, we'd like to know that they got the master alarm, the type of alarm that they got, that is, whether it's a klaxon or not, and then the notice if there's anything on panel F7. If they do all that in one statement, then that would help us troubleshoot any unexplained master alarms that we might have. And that's all for the crew. Thanks, NTD.
Copy, SPE.
Endeavour, roger.
Okay, thank you, CDR and SPE. Are there any questions for the briefing? Okay, that concludes the briefing. The countdown clock will pick up in 3 minutes. Mark. CGSS OTC. CGSS, I use step 937 complete. Copy. CTNC OTC. Yeah, I give you step 930. Copy. Minutes.
You say, Bob?
One minute.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. And we are about 30 seconds away from resuming the count at the T-minus 20 minute mark. As we come out of this hold, Endeavour's onboard computers will transition into the terminal phase of the countdown configuration. And following this, the launch team will check the computer memory of the 5 primary computers on Endeavour to ensure the programs have been properly stored. And we're standing by now for the resumption of the count.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. T-minus 20 minutes.
And we are at T-minus 20 minutes and counting. From this point until the T-minus 31 second mark, any of the scores of console operators in the firing room can ask that the count be held if a problem is detected on the system they are monitoring. At this time, a purge of the 3 onboard cryogenic fuel cells will be underway. Fuel cells are the small power plants that use liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen to produce the electricity that the space shuttle will need while it's in space. We're in the process of the data processing system engineers in the process of confirming that the onboard computers are in the process of making the transition to the terminal countdown configuration. This is about a 7-minute operation. T-minus 19 minutes and counting. The primary ascent computer software is now in the primary launch program.
Good. 9:45?
Almost.
Okay.
And OTC GPS pass ops transition complete. GPS ready for BFS transition to ops 101.
Okay, 9:45. Thank you. CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Yes, sir. Clear pass full thumb. Take the BFS to Ops 1 for your checklist.
In work. OTC CDR, BFS to Ops 1 is complete.
I copy that. And PLT OTC.
PLT, go ahead.
Configure your path and BFS horizontal situation displays for your checklist.
PLT, in work.
And CDR, configure contingency abort yaw steer for your checklist.
CI, yaw steer is enabled per my checklist.
NTD CBFS. Correct, CBFS. Ready for BFS uplink. Copy that. Houston flight, NTD, perform VSS pre-flight uplink loading.
Houston flight copies.
And we just passed the T-minus 16-minute mark. Pilot Rick Sturckow is performing the main propulsion system helium reconfiguration. Also, water levels in the water spray boilers are being checked and verified for this mission. The launch of Endeavour this morning on Space Shuttle mission STS-88 will be the 5th shuttle launch from Kennedy Space Center this year. It is also the last Space Shuttle mission scheduled for launch this year.
Double S OTC.
Double S, go ahead.
Configure ohms RCS crossfeed for flight. Copy in order.
T-minus 15 minutes and counting. And configuration of the cross-feed valves between the orbital maneuvering system and the reaction control system propellant tanks
Set config complete.
is now being performed.
Go ahead and perform the MPS helium reconfig.
PLT in work.
NTD Houston flight.
Go ahead, flight.
VFS pre-flight uplink loads are complete.
I copy. And CBFS? I copy. Thank you.
ATC PLT MPS helium reconfig is complete.
I copy.
T-minus 14 minutes and counting, and we are just 5 minutes away from entering the last of our scheduled built-in holds.
Yes, crossfeed valve configured for flight.
3975.
This hold is scheduled to occur at the T-minus 9-minute mark and extend for about 45 minutes.
And SRO, NTD on 212.
SRO.
KSC area is clear for launch.
Copy, sir. Thank you.
CPD and FCT adjust fuel cell load to between 250 and 290 amps.
CPD copies.
FCT copy. Countdown clock will hold in 3 minutes. OTC-PD, fuel cells adjust complete. Okay, copy that. All systems discontinue all non-mandatory LDB traffic for the remainder of the count. Countdown clock will hold in 1 minute.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting. And the clock is just a few seconds away from entering the last of our planned built-in holds this morning. Coming up on the T-minus 9-minute hold. This is a scheduled hold that will last for about 45 minutes. Again, everything remains on course for launch of Space Shuttle Endeavour on a 12-day flight, and there are no concerns being worked with the vehicle or the crew. And we're at T-minus 9 minutes and holding.
Just a reminder, we have a D after 10:21.
And CMT2 SNTD, we both copy, thank you. Countdown clock is at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. Duration of the hold will be 45 minutes and 34 seconds.
And again, everything remains on course for launch of Space Shuttle Endeavour on mission STS-88. At this time, we will go to the Johnson Space Center in Houston for a brief update from mission commentator James Hartsfield in Mission Control.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the Shuttle Flight Control Room. The Ascent team of flight controllers has been on duty for a second night, taking their places here late Thursday evening as they've monitored the final hours of the countdown, assisting launch controllers when needed. The flight control team here for Endeavour's climb to orbit is led by Flight Director John Shannon. Providing communications with Endeavour during the ascent will be Capcom astronaut Scott Horowitz. Weather has been much less of a concern for flight controllers tonight than it was yesterday, with for the most part the weather around the Kennedy Space Center being acceptable throughout the evening and early morning hours for a return to launch site landing if that were needed by Endeavour. Monitoring the weather around the shuttle landing facility runway. There have been some periodic showers, but those have not been an issue and not in a position that have posed any problems or are foreseen to pose problems for the launch. Other sites where weather is being monitored include transatlantic landing sites that could be used by Endeavour if needed for an engine failure later during the climb to orbit. Those transatlantic landing sites located at Morón, Spain and Ben Guerir, Morocco. Of those, Morón, Spain is the primary landing site for tonight with acceptable weather conditions there and predicted to be favorable for the launch. Ben Guerir, Morocco has rain and unacceptable weather for a landing by Endeavour if required. Also on duty here in Mission Control are controllers for the International Space Station, located just down the hall from the Shuttle Flight Control Room in the Space Station Flight Control Room. That room having been in operation since the launch of Zarya on November 20th. Currently overseeing operations in the Station Flight Control Room for the morning is Flight Director Mark Kurasich. In addition to operations in the Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, there's support group of Houston flight controllers located at the Mission Control Center in Krikalev outside Moscow, Russia.
Go ahead.
We're also the primary center for control and operation of the Zarya module. The Russian Zarya flight control room is located. We'll now go there for an update.
At this, we'll be sitting.
Thanks, James. Доброе утро. Это центр управления полетами Крыльев. Отсчет предстартового времени приостановлен на отметке 9 минут до старта. Good morning. This is Mission Control Krikalev at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. It's approaching 11 o'clock in the morning here at the Center for Spaceflight Control, which is located about 30 kilometers or 20 miles from downtown Moscow. As mentioned yesterday, Russian and American flight controllers are working closely together around the clock, monitoring all of the systems aboard the Zarya control module, which is the first element of the world's newest space station. Endeavour's updated launch time this morning coincidentally corresponds almost exactly with that of Zarya 2 weeks ago, which occurred at 3:40 in the morning Eastern Time on November 20th. Since then, Zarya has been checked out completely and is in excellent shape to support the rendezvous activities planned by the STS-88 crew for Monday morning Moscow time. The Houston support group here, under the leadership of John Currie, is on station providing the technical advice and expertise in the planning and operations of the new space station during its on-orbit life while serving as the interface between the two mission control centers. Endeavour is set to launch at a precise time to closely match the orbit of Zarya control module, which will be located almost directly overhead of the Kennedy Space Center on its 222nd orbit at an altitude of about 250 statute miles. Correspondingly, the Russia's Mir space station will be over the Central Pacific on its 73,075th orbit since the launch of its first module in February 1986. Just moments ago, the module completed a pass through Russian ground stations, and operations lead Mark Severance, along with the Zarya flight control team, have given their formal go for launch to ISS Flight Director Mark Kiersich in Houston.
Go ahead.
We'll now switch back to Bruce Buckingham at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for the remainder of Endeavour's countdown. At T-minus 9 minutes and holding, this is Mission Control Krikalev.
And we're back at the Kennedy Space Center now with about 40 minutes remaining in our hold at T-minus 9 minutes. Again, everything continues to go well as we wait out the final minutes of this last built-in hold. When the count resumes, the ground launch sequencer will be in control of all critical operations. This master computer program will issue all of the commands necessary to perform the final critical tasks required to put the vehicle into final launch configuration. Several polls will be taken over the next 30 minutes as mission managers continue to proceed with launch. At this time, there are no technical concerns that are being worked or discussed, and everything remains on schedule for launch. Again, our preferred launch time is at 3:35 and 34 seconds a.m. Eastern Time from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. With just over 39 minutes remaining in our hold, we are at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This is shuttle launch control.
Show PBD. I give you step 1032. Copy. 1029 was not performed. 1030, 1031 are complete. ISL OTC. So, do you have a preference when we perform the caution and warning clear that was pre-briefed?
No, so we can do that now. That's fine.
Copy. PLT OTC.
OTC, PLT, go ahead.
Yes, sir. As is pre-briefed, clear caution and warning memory.
PLT in work. OTC, PLT, caution and warning cleared, no unexpected errors.
I copy that. ISL. ISL copy, thank you.
And just to be perfectly clear, OTC, we still, of course, have the high press light on S7.
Copy that.
OTC CHGD.
Go ahead.
Step 1050 HGDS and backup HGDS confidence check complete.
Shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. And we have about 30 minutes remaining in our scheduled built-in hold at this time, putting us on target for a launch to occur at 3:35 and 34 seconds Eastern Time this morning. The primary objective of this flight is to deliver into low Earth orbit the Unity connecting module and to mate it with the previously launched Zarya control module. Zarya is the Russian-built component that was launched last month from Kazakhstan. And this mission will feature 3 spacewalks in order to complete connections between the 2 modules. This mission will mark the beginning of a 5-year orbital assembly of the space station and kick off a new era of international space exploration using the resources and expertise of 16 nations. The first U.S.-built component of the International Space Station is a 6-sided connecting module and passageway that we have named Unity. It is, again, the primary payload of Space Shuttle mission STS-88, and which is the first mission dedicated to the assembly of the International Space Station. The Unity connecting module will lay a foundation for all future U.S. International Space Station modules with its 6 berthing ports, 1 on each side, to which future modules will be attached. Unity is the first of 3 such connecting modules that will be built for the station. The Unity module measures 15 feet in diameter and is 18 feet long. More than 50,000 mechanical items, 216 lines to carry fluids and gases, and 121 internal and external electrical cables using 6 miles of wire were installed in the Unity. The detailed and complex hardware installation required more than 1,800 drawings. The 2 conical docking adapters are attached to each end of Unity. The adapters, which are called pressurized mating adapters, or PMAs, allow the docking systems used by the Space Shuttle and the Russian module to attach to the nodes, hatches, and berthing mechanisms. The Unity node with the 2 mating adapters attached, as is configured in the payload bay of Endeavour, is about 36 feet long and weighs over 25,000 pounds. This mission will feature 3 spacewalks. The first will consist primarily of attaching umbilicals and connectors between the mating adapters, Unity, and Zarya. Also, a slide wire will be installed for safety and to provide clearance while the spacewalkers connect umbilicals between the first mating adapter and Unity. In all, 8 umbilicals are scheduled to be connected on this mission. On the second spacewalk, the 2 EVA crewmen, Jerry Ross and Jim Newman, will install 6 handrails and other worksite interfaces, as well as remove hatch and pedal launch restraints from both the top and left side of the Unity. The third and final spacewalk will be mostly devoted to tasks that prepare for future station assembly work.
NTD Houston Flight 212.
And Houston Flight, this NTD, go ahead.
Okay, changes to the drain back hold time for the preferred launch time. It is now 3 minutes, 34 seconds.
Okay, I copy that. 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
That's correct. Change to the window close time is now 8:40:33. 1 second less than it was.
Okay, I copy that, and I have 8:40:33.
It's a good copy.
Okay, copy that. GLS NTD?
GLS copies.
Copying SRO NTD on 212.
SRO's on 212.
Copy our change to our window close time.
No, sir, I missed that, sir. Can you give that to me?
Yes, it will be 8:40:33 GMT.
Copy 8:40:33.
This is Shuttle Control with just under 19 minutes remaining in our hold at T-minus 9 minutes. Activities in the firing room are minimal at this time as we continue to wait out the final minutes of our last hold. Mission managers and engineers in the firing room are not working any technical issues at all at this time. Everything on the vehicle is in good order and ready for launch. The crew, of course, is in the orbiter, and they are reporting that they are ready for launch as well. Launch weather is reporting that everything is green at this time. There are no constraints from a launch weather standpoint that would prohibit launch on time. Obviously, we'll continue to watch as the potential still exists for possible showers to crop up, but at this point it does not look like that's very likely. Mission managers will be making preparations for their polls to be coming up shortly. And we have about 17.5 minutes remaining in this hold at T-minus 9 minutes.
Endeavour Houston, Bob, I got a real quick update for you based on the latest balloon.
Houston, Endeavour, go ahead.
Yeah, we're calculating your max roll rate now will be 2 degrees per second, and that'll occur at 60 seconds. 2 degrees per second at 60 seconds.
Okay, we copy a max roll rate of 2 degrees per second at 60 seconds.
Good copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control with just over 12 minutes remaining in our final scheduled built-in hold at T-minus 9 minutes. Flight controllers in Houston at Mission Control have all been polled and are all reporting to be go, including RTLS weather, which is forecast to be go as well. Over the next several minutes, Mission Management Team Chairman Don McMonagle and NASA Test Director Doug Lyons, as well as Launch Director Ralph Rowe, will be conducting their polls at the Kennedy Space Center. A number of milestones remain between now and launch. When we come out of this hold, the ground launch sequencer or master computer program will take over command of the remaining events of the countdown. The sequencer will also monitor the response and status of other onboard shuttle systems. At about T-minus 4 minutes, a gimbal check of the orbiter's aero surfaces will be conducted. And at T-minus 31 seconds, the ground launch sequencer will issue a go to Endeavour's onboard computers to start their automatic countdown sequence. The final command from the ground computers will come at T-minus 10 seconds, which is a go for main engine start. Everything continues to go well with the count this morning. All systems are functioning properly according to launch criteria, with no issues being worked. With about 10.5 minutes remaining, at T-minus 9 minutes and holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
JRPS, Houston Flight NTD on 212, active headquarters, CISL. ISL copy. JRPS. JRPS copy, that's complete. And Houston Flight.
Flight copies.
Thank you. And attention all stations, this is the NTD on 212 performing the launch status checks. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. Say go, no go. OTC, orbiters go. TBC, go. PTC, payloads are go. LPS, go. Houston Flight,
go.
Mila, go. STM, go. Safety Console, go. SCE,
Go.
LRD, go. SRO.
SROs go. You have range of clear launch.
All right, copy. And CDR.
CDR is go.
And I copy, Bob. Thank you. And Launch Director, NTD?
Go, NTD.
And the launch team is ready to proceed.
Okay, I'll perform my poll at this time. Engineering.
Engineering's go.
Safety and mission assurance.
Safety and mission assurances go.
Payload processing.
Payloads are go.
Cape weather.
Roger, sir. We have no constraints to launch. Over.
Copy. Operations Manager. NTD will let the Ops Manager finish his poll.
Copy that.
And NTD ISL?
Go ahead, ISL.
Okay, I can give you step 1037. The opportunity recorder is activated.
Okay, I copy it. Thank you. MS2 OTC.
MS2, go.
Panel 019, TV power switch on.
Roger, in work. Panel 19 is on.
I copy.
The Ops Manager 212 looking for a go for launch.
Okay, and Flight Director, the MMP is go for launch.
Copy that. CDR Launch Director.
CDR, go ahead.
See, Bob, the launch team is all go. We're ready today, and we're proud to be a part of building the International Space Station.
Rolf, we just want to thank the whole launch team for a really smooth comp thus far. We want to thank everybody that worked so hard the last 24 hours to clear all the technical issues, and we're ready to start on a new era in international cooperation in space and get this space station built. Thanks for everything.
We copy that. NTD, proceed with the count when you're ready.
And Launch Director, this NTD, I copy. Attention all stations. Countdown clock will pick up at T-minus 9 minutes and 5 minutes. Mark.
NASA Test Director Doug Lyons has completed his poll, as has Launch Director Ralph Rowe. And all systems are reporting that they are ready and prepared for launch on time this morning. We have 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this hold at T-minus 9 minutes.
Countdown clock will resume in 2 minutes.
This is Shuttle Launch Control, T-minus 9 minutes and holding with just under 1 minute remaining in our built-in hold this morning. Console operators and engineers in the firing room are monitoring their systems. Again, everything is reported to be in good order for launch of Space Shuttle Endeavour this morning. No issues are being addressed, no technical concerns, and no weather worries are being discussed. We are about 30 seconds away from picking up the count.
Countdown will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
T-minus 9 minutes and counting.
And we are at T-minus 9 minutes and counting. The ground launch sequencer has been initiated. NASA Test Director Doug Lyons is about to call for the transmittal of stored pre-launch commands as Endeavour is less than minutes away from launch on the first shuttle mission, beginning the on-orbit assembly of the International Space Station. Pilot Rick Sturckow will soon begin flipping the switches in the cockpit to directly connect the 3 fuel cells to the essential power buses.
PLT OTC, configure fuel cell essential bus source switches.
T-minus 8 minutes and counting.
C in work.
In the next 20 seconds, the orbiter access arm will be retracted away from the vehicle. This is the walkway.
PLT essential bus connected to fuel cell.
I copy.
This is the walkway used by the crew to gain entry into and out of the vehicle.
CLS is go for orbiter access arm retract.
And we have a go for the access arm retract, which is occurring at this point. The access arm can be returned to position within a mere few seconds if need be. T-minus 7 minutes and counting. In the next 30 seconds, the orbiter test conductor will give pilot Rick Sturckow the go-ahead to perform the auxiliary power unit pre-start procedures.
JRPS OTC, start APU strip start recorders. Copy, that's complete. And PLT OTC, perform APU pre-start.
PLT in work. OTC, PLT, APU pre-start complete, 3 great talkbacks.
I copy.
Pilot Sturckow has reported that the pre-start of the APUs is complete. Activation will come in just a few seconds.
TLS is go for orbiter APU start.
TLC, perform APU start.
And we do have a go for APU start.
In work. And CDR OTC, reconfigure heaters.
CDR in work. OTC, CDR heater reconfig complete.
Copy.
T-minus 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting. The solid rocket booster and external tank safe and arm devices have been armed.
OTC, PLT, APU start is complete, 3 good APUs.
OTC, copy.
This mission carries a crew of 6 who will spend the next 12 days in space working to connect the first 2 International Space Station components.
TLS is go for purge sequence 4.
T-minus 4 minutes and counting. The final test of the flight control surfaces will be conducted. This is a programmed pattern of movements designed to verify the readiness for launch of the engines and other flight control surfaces. T-minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting. The 3 engines are being gimbaled as a final test before launch. T-minus 3 minutes and counting, and all is going well for launch this morning as NASA prepares for the first of many visits to the International Space Station.
LO2 pressurization.
This morning's launch should be visible to most of the southeastern coastal regions. And final pressurization of the liquid oxygen tank located inside the external tank is underway. The gaseous oxygen vent hood will slowly be retracted away from the top of the internal tank.
Verify no unexpected errors.
PLT in work.
Everything continues to look good, and we are cleared for launch today. No problems are being reported from the vehicle or the crew.
OTC, PLT, caution warning cleared, don't expect it.
Copy. And Endeavour, close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow. You have a very exciting mission ahead of you. We wish you maximum success.
Endeavour, roger. Thanks a lot.
TLS is go for east, LH2 pressurization.
All systems are go. T-minus 1 minute, 45 seconds, and counting. T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. Endeavour is about 90 seconds from launch, beginning the on-orbit assembly of the International Space Station. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. Everything is still looking good for launch of Space Shuttle Endeavour from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. T-minus 50 seconds. And we are transferring the orbiter internal power at this time. Endeavour is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Endeavour's onboard computer have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Endeavour with the first American element of the International Space Station, uniting our efforts in space to achieve our common goals.
Roll program.
Houston's now controlling. Endeavour's rolling on a course heading northeast from the Kennedy Space Center toward a 240-mile-high rendezvous with the Zarya control module. Endeavour already traveling 575 miles per hour, altitude 3 miles, 1.5 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. 3 engines on board now throttled down to 2/3 throttle to prepare the spacecraft to pass through the area of maximum aerodynamic pressure, also called max Q.
Check it, throttle up.
Engines on Endeavour now back at full throttle.
Endeavour, you're go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle.
Altitude now 11 miles. Endeavour speed 1,500 miles per hour, 8 miles northeast of the Kennedy Space Center. 1.5 minutes since liftoff, Endeavour's already burned more than 2.25 million pounds of propellant, weighing less than half of what it did at launch. Altitude now 19 miles. Speed 2,400 miles per hour. Flight controller standing by for burnout and jettison of the twin solid rockets, coming up in about 10 seconds. Booster officer confirming a good separation of the twin solid rockets. Endeavour's speed now 3,200 miles per hour as it moves into its second stage, 3 main engines.
Endeavour, your performance is nominal. You are 2-engine Maroon.
Performance nominal, 2-engine Maroon.
That call indicating that all performance for the spacecraft right on target, all engines operating normally. Altitude now 42 miles. 61 miles northeast of the Kennedy Space Center. Three minutes since liftoff. Endeavour is now traveling 4,000 miles per hour, 52 miles altitude, downrange 100 miles northeast of the Kennedy Space Center. Flight controllers here reporting all systems in good shape, 3 good engines, good hydraulic systems, good electrical systems on board. Endeavour's trajectory now beginning to level off as it's above most of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of about 60 miles. It'll continue to accelerate to northeast, more than tripling its current speed over the next 4.5 minutes.
Roger, negative return.
That call indicating that Endeavour's gained too much speed and too much altitude to return to the Kennedy Space Center for a landing if that were needed. Again, all systems in good condition on board. Altitude 62 miles. Endeavour now traveling 5,500 miles per hour, 180 miles northeast of the Kennedy Space Center.
Endeavour, your pressed ATO, select Zaragoza.
Pressed ATO, select Zaragoza.
A call indicating that Endeavour could reach a lower than planned but safe orbit on only 2 engines if required. And all 3 engines continue to operate well. Altitude 67 miles. Endeavour speed now 6,800 miles per hour. 260 miles northeast of the Kennedy Space Center. About 3 minutes and 15 seconds till cutoff of the main engines.
Endeavour, your single engine ops 3.
Single engine ops 3.
Endeavour now rolling to heads up for the crew as it continues to accelerate to northeast.
Endeavour, your single engine Zaragoza 104.
Single engine Zaragoza 104.
Endeavour, your press to MECO.
Roger, press to MECO.
Call indicating that Endeavour could press to its normal main engine cutoff, its normal orbit on only 2 engines if required. And all systems in good condition on board. Speed now 10,500 miles per hour, altitude 67 miles, downrange 440 miles from the Kennedy Space Center. About 2 minutes to cut off of the main engines.
Endeavour, your single engine press 104.
Single engine press 104.
Endeavour can now reach its planned orbit on only 1 engine if needed. All 3 engines operating well at full throttle. Altitude 65 miles. Endeavour speed now 13,000 miles per hour. 580 miles northeast of the Kennedy Space Center. Three engines on Endeavour now throttling back to prevent the spacecraft from experiencing forces in excess of 3 times that of Earth's gravity. Speed now 15,000 miles per hour. .730 miles northeast of the Kennedy Space Center. Less than half a minute from cutoff of the main engines. 3 engines now at about 2/3 throttle. Endeavour speed 16,500 miles per hour. About 10 seconds from main engine cutoff. Booster officer confirms main engine cutoff. Endeavour speed 17,680 miles per hour.
Endeavour, you're a nominal MECO. No ohms 1 required.
We copy. Nominal MECO. No ohms 1 required.
Booster officer confirms the jettison of the external fuel tank.